Test 1, 2. Yep. I'd like to call to order the meeting of the Santa Fe Public Schools Board of Education, April 30th, 2025, special board meeting with executive session at 4 p.m. to have our superintendent finalist community forum. We'll start with a pledge of allegiance, salute to the New Mexico flag, acknowledgement of tribal land, and then approval of the agenda. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Juro fidelidad a la bandera de los Estados Unidos de América y a la república que representa una nación bajo Dios, indivisible, con libertad y justicia para todos. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the Zia symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. Saludo la bandera Estado el símbolo Zia de amistad perfecta de culturas unidas. We acknowledge that our Board of Education meeting is taking place on occupied indigenous land. We acknowledge the Tesuque Pueblo lands and other tribal lands on which we stand. We honor these people, past, present, and future. We acknowledge the history and ongoing colonization of where we are sitting right now, New Mexico and in our country. We acknowledge our own place in the story of colonization. Thank you. Okay, we have approval of the agenda. We will have a superintendent finalist community forum at 4, another superintendent community forum at 6, executive session if needed, and possible board discussion and action. Can I have a motion to approve tonight's agenda?
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion. Can I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. So now I'll ask the board if we could please move down to the tables so that we're closer to the audience and we can have better participation that way. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening. I'm Dr. Azuara. I'm the director of the Early Childhood Center for Employees. Bienvenidos a todos al foro comunitario para la búsqueda de superintendente del distrito. Si usted necesita interpretación, los auxiliares están allá afuera y nada más necesita encenderlos. Nosotros haremos la interpretación. Si está viéndonos en casa, en el Zoom, por favor apriete la función de subtítulos, son las dos Cs. Ahí van a Translation y ahí a Español y ahí encontrará los subtítulos.
To the audience and also explain to us how we are going to proceed this evening.
Thank you to the board. Good afternoon. My name is Tom Carroll, and welcome to the Superintendent Finalist Community Forum. I'm honored to serve as your moderator tonight. I'd also like to welcome the people who are watching online. For people who are interested in doing that, at sfps.info, there are 2 links, one to the YouTube channel and the second one to a Zoom channel that also has translation in Spanish. Thank you for joining us as we hear from the finalist for the position of Superintendent of Santa Fe Public Schools. This forum is an important part of the selection process. It gives our community a chance to hear directly from the candidates and learn more about them as the board considers who might be the right fit for the SFPS community. This forum starts now and ends at 5:30 sharp. There are 3 candidates, Dr. Neil Weaver, Dr. Fabiola Cantu, and Dr. Christine Griffin. And as they do their opening statements, they will introduce themselves and give their titles. The board invited representatives from districts and representatives from various role groups to ask questions tonight. There are 12 in all. So while those of you who are asked to provide questions, I will have up to 2 minutes to ask your questions, but keep in mind, if you can be concise about your questions, it will give more time for more questions. We have an unlimited, we're going until 5:15, 5:20, at which time we will do closing statements. For those of you who would like to ask questions but are not on this list, there's another form that starts at 6 o'clock. There is a sign-up sheet in the back, and you can sign up now. It's not first come, first served, so don't worry about that, but we ask you to sign up by 5:45. We will then have a lottery. We will draw numbers. You will be given a number. And so anyone who's interested in asking a question, so we hope everyone who wants to ask a question will have the opportunity to do so. This afternoon's forum features questions from the 12 invited stakeholders that are representatives from across the SFPS community, from parent representatives from each board member's district, as well as representatives from key constituents, including students. We did hold a drawing to determine which candidates would go first. We have Dr. Weaver, Dr. Cantu, and Dr. Griffin. That will be the order that we will go through tonight. There will be opening statements of 2 minutes. There will be 2 minutes allowed for the questions. If you need that much time, there will be 2 minutes for the answers. We have 2 timers here. We have Savannah Willingham. She will be timing the candidates, and we have Joe Beta over there who will be timing the questioners. We will begin each forum with an opening statement. The finalists will get a 30-second warning so that you know when your 30 seconds is up. We will not cut you off exactly at 2 minutes, but please try to sort of wrap up at that time. Given that, we'd like to start with some opening statements. And I have a microphone here, and I will turn it on for you. And if you would like to come up and introduce yourselves, and you have 2 minutes for your opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll. Good evening. I would like to start by saying I'm excited to be here. Mr. Carroll said that you were all interested in hearing what the candidates have to say. I'd like to say that I'm interested in hearing what you have to say. I'd like to thank the Board of Education for the time that you've put into this process. It certainly is incredibly important. And to everyone who's attending here live, and certainly anybody who's watching from home, welcome, and looking forward to speaking with you a little bit. I'd like to start by saying I have a deep understanding of New Mexico, of Santa Fe, and of Santa Fe Public Schools. My father was in the military, and I moved around a lot when I was younger. We lived in New Mexico for a few years. But I ended up in New Mexico for my 3rd year of college, 1990. Met my wife in college. We ended up getting married, had 2 children. My children were raised in New Mexico. They were educated K-12 in New Mexico. My daughter attended University of New Mexico and is a teacher. And my son is about to graduate from University of New Mexico. So I bring a deep connection to the community and to New Mexico. I bring 30 years of professional experience. 20 plus of that is in K-12 education, 12 directly in New Mexico. And I'd like to finish my opener by talking about my beliefs. First and foremost, I believe in this community and I believe in this district. I believe that education is the gateway to opportunity for our students. I believe that we have to lead with integrity, vision, and student focus first in mind. And my end goal always is to consider how we're serving our students. Thank you.
Dr. Cantu, please give us your opening statement.
Good evening, buenas noches. It is an honor to be here with you tonight and to be able to share with you a little bit about myself, and also to have the opportunity to get to know you. I want to just share with you that I am the daughter of immigrants. My parents came to the United States as teenagers, and they met shortly after arriving in Houston, Texas. And while because of the circumstances, they were not able to provide for us very much material things, what they did was instill in my brother, my sisters, and me an understanding that education was the means by which we could change the trajectory, not just of our life, but that of our entire family. And so that belief has guided me throughout my entire career, from my work as a bilingual teacher, to assistant principal, to principal of a dual language campus, to a director of multilingual programs for dual language programs of a district of 12,000 students, to assistant superintendent, to my current role now as the chief academic officer of Aldine Independent School District, a district of 57,000 students in North Houston. So I oversee instructional programs for pre-K through 12th grade, and I have had a seat at the table for every major decision that our district has come before our district, from bonds to financing to optimization, instruction, you name it, we have seen it. I have seen it and have participated and worked in solving those complex problems. Thank you. And so I have looked at your demographics. I have looked at the demographics of Santa Fe Public Schools. I have looked at your research and analyzed your data, and then I'm just excited to be able to come here and share with you today about the experience that I bring and to learn more about the needs of the district. And so I'm looking forward tonight to just getting to know you and to sharing with you a little bit more about me and my experience and why I know that I can be the superintendent in Santa Fe Public Schools. Gracias.
And now we will have Dr. Christine Griffin.
Hello, good evening. I am Christine Griffin. I have been in education for the past 25 years. I started out as a parapro in a kindergarten classroom, and I have experience teaching kindergarten through 8th grade special education. I've taught 3rd grade through 8th grade general education. I've been an instructional specialist, an intervention coordinator. I've also been a principal for 8 years. Recently, I was executive director of educational services and federal programs, and my most current job is superintendent. I am so grateful to be here tonight, and I'm excited to learn about what it is you're looking for in your next superintendent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for those opening statements. We're now going to go to the question period. Let me explain how this is going to work. We have 12 people here, and we will ask them to sort of line up over there in a second. There will be a separate question for each candidate. They will not be answering the same question. However, they have been instructed that if they wish to go back and answer part of that question, they of course have the right to do that. So if I could get, please, Dylan Weller, Elizabeth Jameson, Nicole Romero, John Salazar, and Camille Armijo to line up, and just one person goes up, so Dylan will be first. Dr. Weaver will come out. You, Dylan, you have 2 minutes or up to 2 minutes to ask the first question.
Thank you. I think it's fair to say that computer technology over the last 20 years has radically reshaped primary education. Not all of these changes have been negative. These technologies offer tempting solutions to a variety of educational challenges. Nevertheless, as a parent, I worry that these technologies have been adopted sometimes without the necessary oversight required to limit their misuse. For example, when my kids are assigned reading, even sometimes of longer novels, they are generally asked to read off of computer screens. This despite the fact that numerous studies have shown that students who read on paper consistently score higher on comprehension tests than those who read the same material on screens. During unanticipated school closures, rather than extend the school year, students are asked to join Zoom meetings despite what we now know about the comparative deficiencies of these remote school days. And despite the best intentions of our very dedicated teachers, These new technologies offer an always tempting option to simply put on a video for the class rather than engage the students in a more dynamic and discursive educational approach. Having said all that, are there any specific policies, and I'd really like to hear about specifics, not generalities, are there any specific policies that you would support which would set limits on the use of computers in the classroom? Thank you.
Mr. Waller, that's a great question, and what I can tell you about Santa Fe Public Schools is, first of all, we are incredibly grateful to the community for their support of Education Technology Note, which provides the technology that you're speaking of. Many of the systems that we use within our educational system are tied to technology, and we're in a time where our students need to have the skills that are related to the use of technology. With all that said, I agree that there is a need to balance the traditional and the modern, the traditional education and the use of technology. Deputy Superintendent Romero and I are working at this time on recommendations for our grade bands of what technology use should look like, encouraging that there is a balance, setting guidelines that are tied to the World Health Organization, pediatrics experts, ISTE, the International Society for Technology and Education, and COSIN, which is the Consortium for School Networking. So we're using information from all of these organizations to put together guidelines and resources for our teachers, because we agree that that balance, we do need to find that correct balance, understanding that, again, our students must come out of school with digital citizenship skills, the skills to be able to use and understand technology, social media, artificial intelligence, and computer science, and different things like that. Thank you.
Thank you. If you could pass the microphone to Dr. Cantu. Elizabeth, you have up to 2 minutes to ask your question.
Thank you. The recent ruling in the Yazzie Martinez case, and I'm talking about the very recent ruling, not the one that occurred in 2018, reaffirms the state's obligation to ensure a sufficient education for all students, particularly the named student groups. While the state is the defendant, districts have the most immediate levers to influence what students experience day to day, especially through research-based instructional practices and culturally sustaining pedagogy. So here's the question. How do you view the district's responsibility in advancing educational equity for the student groups named in the lawsuit, and what concrete actions would you prioritize as superintendent to meet that responsibility?
Thank you for the question, Elizabeth. I think that what is important in this is understanding that we need to create opportunities for all of our students, every single student in our district, because that's what we're here to talk about tonight, is our district. We need to ensure that every single student has the opportunity to be able to lead a successful life and to be able to have the choices to be able to respond to whatever choice they make, whether that be to pursue an education outside after they leave our system, or whether that be to pursue service or an industry-based certification. We need to ensure that our public schools are able to do that and deliver on that promise for the community. And so we're already doing great things now in the district, looking at the graduation rates for SFPS and seeing that we are graduating students, but we're wanting to make sure that we graduate students not just with a degree, but also that they have those opportunities to pursue industry-based certifications once they leave our system. And that we do have structures in place so that every single student can be successful in both literacy, in math, and in academics. And so what we cannot forget is we need to be committed to every single child, no matter where they are in our district. That is our promise to the Santa Fe community, and that is what we will do that is what we continue to do. And so yes, in the lawsuit, there are certain things that we need to make sure that we are doing. But for us, just because it's a moral imperative that we have to do this, we have to do right by every single kid, we must be committed to every student in our district. Thank you.
Thank you. If you could pass the microphone. And Nicole, thank you for being here, Nicole. You have up to 2 minutes to ask your question.
All right, thank you. My name's Nicole. I'm representing Aspen Community School, pre-K through 8. My 2 girls have attended there their entire career so far. I'm a very involved parent, so I know a lot about what's going on in the schools. And one thing I've noticed, I guess the biggest thing that comes to mind for me is in that 9 years, we've had 5 or 6 principals. So my question goes along with that. How will you ensure strong leadership continuity at our schools, especially with principals and vice principals? And what is your plan to support and retain high-quality staff across the district? So at Aspen, frequent leadership changes have disrupted the cohesion. And the students feel it. It trickles down, but it really forces teachers to adapt to a new style, to new programs. Each leader has a different way of doing things. And the teachers are starting over every year, every 2 years. And by the time they get up to speed, the year's already ending and we have a new principal. So I'm looking for more cohesion, more stability in those positions. And then lastly, our vice principal rather, was split this year. She was half-time at Gonzales and half-time at Aspen. And while she's a great, great person and a great leader, she's only doing part-time at both. So I feel like we're always looking for her. We can't find her when we need to. Principal's trying to do her job and that job part-time. And it's just really difficult to run a school. And we're pulling our leaders away because of these things. So just looking for your ideas and your plan. Thank you.
Nicole, thank you so much. It is such a delight to be able to have students go through a K-8 program, a pre-K-8 program. By the time they get to 7th and 8th grade, there's such great relationships with the teachers that are there. I couldn't agree with you more. Having great leadership is very, very important. And when you have such high turnover, it's starting over. The principal sets the climate and the culture of the school. And so when they come in with new ideas and new ways of doing things, it's a good way to burn out teachers. One of the things that I've currently done in my district is I did add assistant principals to every school, so that way principals could be instructional leaders. That's what they need to do. They need to be in classrooms. They need to be supporting their teachers. So a full-time assistant principal is so important for dealing with all of the discipline. That's really what their role becomes. It's also important for growing leadership and keeping that continuity from the AP to the principal. So the focus with principals this year has been growing their instructional leadership. We meet monthly, and we actually have principal PLCs that focus on the strengths and also the opportunities for growth within our teaching staff, and they roll that out each month to their teachers, and that helps not only unify the district, but also gives the principals an opportunity to support each other. So thank you so much for that question.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
If you could pass that microphone to Dr. Weaver, but before John starts, could we ask Hamby Park, Lucas Robbins, and Miguel Acosta, if Miguel is here, to just join the line. And then, John, you have 2 minutes to ask your question.
Board members, thank you for this opportunity. I think this is really great what you're doing, getting the community involved in this hiring process. Applause to you. Dr. Weaver, I'm representing Capitol High School. I have 2 sons who graduated from there, one that's currently there. I graduated from Capitol High School. So, you know, this is an even bigger honor for me to be involved in this process. My son is a 3-sport athlete. I'm also a teacher and a coach at Capitol. I have students who, if it weren't for athletics, they probably wouldn't be finishing high school. I know for a fact I wouldn't have finished high school if it wasn't for athletics. My question is, what role do you believe athletics and extracurricular activities should play in a student's overall education experience? And how would you support athletic programs in our district?
That's a great question. Thank you for asking, and again, thank you for being here. I'd like to say first and foremost, I think that athletics and all of our other programs, whether it's art, music, athletics, STEM, STEAM, everything, you're absolutely right. They keep our students enrolled, they keep our students engaged, and in some cases, they're the only thing that keeps students coming back to school on a daily basis. I intimately understand this conversation. My son was a student athlete. He took a different path and moved away from home to play hockey when he was 15 years old. So we have been through some of those similar things, although it was at different schools. But we had to, he had to make sure that he was able to balance his athletic life with his education. And of course, education is the most important, but we have to place priority on those things that bring our students into school. So to answer your question, I think it's incredibly important, not only athletics, but all of the activities, the after-school programs that we bring, the summer programs that we bring for our students, to keep them involved and actively engaged in our schools, because that's where, for me, that's what it comes down to. If our students aren't engaged, if they're not interested in school, then there's a potential that they will be the students who are marginalized, who are forgotten, and who tend to drop out. So great question. I appreciate your question. And to answer your question, I believe it's incredibly important that we ensure that those programs are strong for all of our students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you could pass that microphone. And Camille, you have 2 minutes to ask your question.
Excellent. Thank you, board members, for allowing me to ask these questions. And Dr. Cantu, thank you for coming here from Texas. So I am a Santa Fe Public School graduate. 2 of my kids are going through Santa Fe Public Schools, and my spouse teaches at Santa Fe High School, so I have lots of avenues within the schools. So my question to you is, my daughter earned consistent B's under standard-based grading in high school, but when she got to college, she struggled significantly. It became clear her grades didn't reflect her true readiness. With students able to pass with a 40%, which equates to a D now in standard-based grading, and graduation rates rising since SVG has adopted, it feels like the focus is more on pushing students through graduation than ensuring that they're actually prepared. What will you do to make grades more reflective of real learning so parents are clear on what their children are learning and to prioritize college and career readiness over just graduation statistics?
Thank you, Camille. If I could, and I know you're starting the time, just want to go to talk about what Dr. Weaver said just now about athletics, because it hits on academics. So for some students, academics is maybe why they come to school. Definitely for the adults, that's why we want them to come to school. But athletics and extracurricular activities are what builds a sense of belonging and a sense of pride in schools. And so they're absolutely important, and I agree with you. And we do need to spend time there. But I think that sometimes we get into an idea of that grading or what the grade outcome is what we're working towards, and that is not the case. And so what we are actually working towards is preparing our children for life after they leave our school district, right? We want them to be successful at the university level. We want them to be skilled and ready to enter the workforce if that's the desire that they so pursue. And so we can look at grades and how it was done in the past. We can look at standards-based grading and what it looks like now and see see what results that is coming from that and whether or not we are preparing students for life after graduation. So that's all some things that we can look at, but we cannot go away from the fact that our goal is to prepare our students to make the choice, the best choice possible once they leave our school system, and that they are prepared. And so I would be looking at things like how many kids kiddos are, thank you, how many students are having to take remedial classes when they start at the college level? How many students are able to receive industry-based certifications when they leave our school district, right? And so looking at other indicators that demonstrate how successful the students in our school district are. And so I think that more than grades, we need to look at how well are we preparing the students when they're in our system and when they leave our system. Thank you. And then education is throughout my family as well. My sister and my husband, all educators. And so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very good. Let's get a couple more people up here. Alana Cartier, Justin Hunter, Miriam Luivano, and Megan Taras. If you could just sit over there and be ready. And I believe it's Hamby Park. Yes, please go ahead. You have 2 minutes to ask your question.
Hi, so my name is Hamby Park, and I'm a current senior at Santa Fe High School, so I'll be graduating. But I'd like to also piggyback off the last question and ask a question about standards-based grading. So standards-based grading is a policy that has been seen by individuals as mismanaged by central leadership. It is a system that doesn't factor in every assignment, leading to a decline in my peers' participation and curiosity to learn from what I've seen. Despite the feedback from students, parents, and teachers during public forum, Santa Fe Public Schools has failed to adapt. The result has been a decline in trust and a loss of a collaborative culture and the departure of valued teachers and site administrators. Issues with the policy and its implementation remain a barrier for teachers and students across the district. SBG, in fact, does not prepare every student for college readiness. So my question is, how would you allow the voices of students, parents, and teachers in shaping district policies such as standards-based grading, where there has been a reaction of animosity around the district, and allow opportunities for meaningful input from the voices of our community?
Thank you so much. So it sounds like there wasn't student voice in the original decision for standards-based grading at a high school level. Is that correct? Okay, so one of the things that we've struggled with in my district is also standards reference grading or standards-based grading at a high school level, because the universities, they don't really look at like a 1, 2, 3, or 4, right? They look at the percentage of what it is that you're getting in order to get in. And a lot of universities also, they're very traditional. So we struggled with that, and we had to say, we'll do standards reference grading, K-8, and then we had to keep the traditional system at the high school in order to prepare them for their college. And so your question was, how do you include that student voice, right? How do you make sure that the parents are at the table? And that's easy. You just open up your doors, you invite them in, you have a conversation about something that people feel very passionate that maybe isn't working. And is it because people aren't educated with why this is such a good thing, or is it because it's just not working? So we need to look at it and bring the stakeholders to the table, collaborate, and then come up with a solution that we all can benefit from. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll trade the microphones. And Lucas? Lucas, you have 2 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Lucas Robbins, a senior at Mandela, and the student board member for Mandela Eco and Desert Sage as well. My question, and I'm glad I get to ask it to you, Dr. Weaver, because I know you've done some work on this, but it's as our district adapts to the advent of AI, as well as modernizes our regulations surrounding cell phones, both current issues that the district is looking at and that I've heard various student input on, how would you approach these issues, and how would you make sure to include student input in your approach?
Great question, Lucas. Thank you for asking. So first and foremost, it's not a question of how, it's of how we would include students. To me, it's of course we will include students. You bring up 2 great issues around artificial intelligence and around cell phones. They're 2 hot topics right now. I think the district has done a great job. My department we've got a leader who is integrating artificial intelligence and helping teachers and administrators figure out what it is going to look like. We put together a 2-year plan around the rollout of artificial intelligence, and I think that one of the most important thing was we started with the cabinet. So we started with helping our leaders understand what artificial intelligence is and how it will apply to education. We learn, and then we can go out and look at how students can use it. I think that it's incredibly important. Community stakeholder input is going to come up a great deal tonight. And I think, again, as Dr. Griffin said, it's just about opening doors and making the community understand that we are ready to listen as a district and put the people at the table that need to be involved in the decision. I'm a firm believer that we need to make the decision at the point closest to where the decision matters. In other words, if we're talking about students, students have to be at the table. If we're talking about teachers, teachers have to be at the table. Always community is involved, and so community has to be involved as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't believe Miguel is here, so if Miguel shows up, he'll be in round 2 and round 3. So we have Alana Cartier. You go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, good evening. Members of the board, thank you for inviting me. This is a really nice thing to do. So I just have a question. New Mexico has a proud history of supporting labor unions and workers' rights. Santa Fe Public Schools has 2 unions, with NEA being the larger of the 2, and it collectively bargains salaries and working conditions for most educators and staff. If you are from a right-to-work state that do not have significant employee rights, how will you work with the unions to support educators, staff, and students?
Awesome. Thank you. So we are a right-to-work state in Texas, but that doesn't mean that we don't work with teacher associations and with also administrator associations. And so I will say that what is most important is what you've been hearing also from the other candidates is having an open door and having communications. Regular, consistent communication with teacher unions, with the different unions, because I want to know, I want to hear what is happening on the campuses, what are the concerns, what is it that you want to address, that you're hearing from your union members, right? And so we will have consistent communication. We will talk regularly. You'll be invited always to have an opportunity to voice the concerns of your members. And I do that now. And so I do that now in my role, in my work with the Teachers Association, with the Principals Association, and I meet with them regularly. Our president of our Teachers Association is invited regularly to meetings to give input on how the members are seeing, for example, initiatives or the strategic plan or different things that we are rolling out, and they're sharing with us their concerns, and we still need to address those. And so because we want to make sure that our teachers have what they need to do the work. Our teachers are critical in being able to carry out the work that needs to happen on our classroom. So absolutely, we would have an open dialogue, regular communication, and there will be regular channels for us to communicate and discuss the work, as well as always an open door and a commitment from me that you will have that communication. Okay.
Great. Thank you. If you could pass the microphone. Justin Hunter, if I may, I would say that Justin Hunter has been to all 13, or maybe missed one, of our community forums, so thank you for your participation. Go ahead, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Justin Hunter. I'm principal at Nava Elementary School. Thank you so much. My name is Justin Hunter. I'm principal at Nava Elementary School. Go Thunderbirds. I'm here on behalf of our Principals Association, and I'm here speaking on the principals of the district's behalf. First question I have for you this evening is that district accountability often comes down to student outcomes. But how do you plan to ensure that school leaders and teachers are also held accountable for creating a positive and supportive environment for students rather than just focusing on test scores?
So, Justin, thank you for attending all 13. And a fun fact about me, my dissertation was on the principal and social emotional learning environments and how the principal really truly sets the tone for the campus. You can just feel it. You can feel it when you walk onto your campus, that there's a pride in learning, and that your teachers have a joy of being there and partnering with each other, right? Like, it's how do you quantify that feeling? And it's so important. So your question was like, how do you also hold principles, that it's not just test scores, right? So you could look at things like teacher attrition. You could look at things like a survey that is on wellness and well-being, and do they feel supported? There's other ways to be able to collect data that isn't just test scores. So you said you had a second question.
Oh, I have lots of questions.
Okay,
but-
let's do this.
Well, we'll stay on the same thing with accountability and performance. How will you assess and monitor progress towards your district goals? What data will you rely on to make decisions, and how will you ensure that this data is transparent and accessible to all stakeholders?
Sure, so that's a great question. One of the things that I heard our board members talk about was a strategic plan, and maybe possibly updating a strategic plan. And they also discuss currently their priorities, right? And so with their priorities, I have to create goals, and I have to create SMART goals, and then I have to be able to report out to them based on whatever it is that we say, this is the priority, this is how we're going to measure it, and I'm going to bring it, a calendar, it might be quarterly, that we report out on it. A lot of times we use benchmark data in order to be able to report on that. Third grade reading, 8th grade math, algebra, all of those are the key pieces, those are the gatekeepers for the future.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was it. You said you had lots.
Oh, I know I'm going to be coming up again
Okay.
in a little bit.
All right. Thank you, Justin.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Justin, you can save your questions for round 2 and round 3. I believe it's Miriam. Yes, Miriam, go ahead, and you have 2 minutes to ask your question.
Hello, everybody. Thank you to the board to invite us and give us the opportunity to make these questions and meet the candidates. But I want to make my question in Spanish. I don't know if, okay. Thank you.
Yes, we are prepared for that. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. Muy bien. La administración de Trump y los grupos en el poder han señalado a las personas inmigrantes como objetivo para eliminarlas, deportarlas, excluirlas del sistema educativo público. La mayoría de las familias en las escuelas públicas de Santa Fe son inmigrantes o tienen vínculos con inmigrantes. Por favor, describa qué acciones tomará y qué políticas va a promover para proteger a nuestras familias.
Can you hear me? Trump administration and the groups in power are targeting immigrant families with the objective of eliminating them and deporting them, excluding them from the educational settings. Our big majority of our families in Santa Fe Public Schools are immigrants, or they have ties with immigrant people. How are you going to ensure that the policies here in our district will protect our families?
That's a great question. Thank you for bringing that forward. We're living in unprecedented times politically, and unfortunately, what you're describing are some of the things that we have to deal with because of that. First and foremost, our student safety within our schools and within our community is of the utmost importance to everyone. And it's important that we look at our policies and procedures that are in place, our safety, the physical safety of our buildings. Our safety and security team does a great job with that. But we have to make sure that our policies and our procedures protect our students. That's incredibly important, not only for immigrant families, but for all of our families, especially immigrant families in times like these. But you bring a very valuable question. And again, I think that we just have to really focus and rely on input from our community so that we can ensure that our students are safe when they're at home, especially when they're on our school, when they're our responsibilities, but overall within our community. And I believe that our board does a great job with some of the resolutions that we put in place around immigrant families and about safety and security for our students. But we have to keep that top of mind so that things that you're describing do not happen.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you pass the microphone. And Megan. Megan, thank you for being here. You have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Megan Terros. I work with Earth Care Poder Familiar here on the south side of town. As studies have shown, much of what impacts student success happens outside the classrooms and oftentimes are not in control of the schools. Factors such as poverty, affordable housing, disinvestment in communities, not having safe places to gather, for instance. And many students in Santa Fe Public Schools are overburdened by these factors, especially the predominantly immigrant families on the South Side and families of color on the South Side. So how will you engage with city and county leadership, private industry, and community organizations to address the structural issues affecting our families?
Thank you. Schools are a example of the community in which they are, and this is not uncommon. It's not something that is just unique to Santa Fe Public Schools, and the need for wraparound services and supports for our students. When our kids do not have or do not feel safe in a school, or I'm sorry, in a situation, a community where they don't feel safe, then they're not open to learning, right? We need to make sure that their needs are met in order for them to be able to feel open to the learning and to the experiences at schools. And so I have experience doing that. We have a very large immigrant population in my school district now, and we were looking at the outcomes data for our students and seeing that the students that were coming in as newcomers in high school were not graduating at the same rates as their peers, and were also not performing at the same rates as their peers. And so we realized that we had to intervene pretty quickly to change those outcomes, and then also to ensure that they were able to graduate from our school system, being that they may have come in behind or with limited schooling. And so what I did, I was part of a team. We put together, we looked at research, we looked at the community. What did the community want for their children? What aspirations did they have for their child? And then we talked to students, and we asked them, what do you want from schools? And they were able to share with us their beliefs about education. And so what we did is establish a newcomer school that supports newcomer students. It's a dual language high school where we teach both in English and in Spanish. And so this is actually the 4th year that the school has been in place, and we are graduating our first class of newcomer students who entered the country in 9th grade and are graduating, outperforming in college algebra, and have so many extracurricular activities where they're just doing a fantastic job. But it required us to focus on, in order to get academics, we had to be able to provide those services to the families so that they could take care of the basic needs of our students so that we can address the academics.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We have now finished round one. I'd like to say I'm very impressed with the questions and the responses. I think this is going quite well. Also, I'd like to thank everyone. I think we can say that both the questioners and the answers know how to tell time, because they're sticking to their time allotment. So thank you very much. In the second round, we have the same group of people, but a different order that was picked randomly. Elizabeth, you'll be going first, then Miriam, Camille, and Justin, if you could line up. And I believe it's Dr. Griffin. And so Elizabeth, to start off round two, please ask your question.
Okay. Thank you. And thank you to the board also for having us here. I didn't say this the first time that I was up here, but I think all of us really appreciate this opportunity.
And if I may interrupt for a second, if you haven't said your association with the school district, parent, teacher, staff, or member of the public, please do so.
I'm a parent of a first grader at El Dorado High School. It's the context I'm here. Did I say high school? You did. Oh my gosh. I went to school in Albuquerque, everybody. There's a El Dorado High School there, sorry. El Dorado Community School. And I first want to say also that I appreciate your responses around instructional leadership and PLCs and social emotional learning. But I'm going to ask a totally different question. Okay. Given ongoing discussions about converting federal education funding into block grants, potentially shifting more fiscal responsibility and decision-making to states, how would you as superintendent proactively build coalitions with other districts, especially considering that you're not from New Mexico, so you would have some work to do there, and advocate to ensure the needs of our students, educators, and schools are clearly communicated and prioritized at the state level? So I think I'm also asking about relationships with folks at the PED. What specific strategies would you use to protect equitable funding and amplify local voices in the policymaking process? And I'm also just sort of looking to see how you would lead us through this unprecedented time and funding and policy uncertainties coming out of the federal government.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth, thank you. It's messy, right? It's going to be messy no matter what happens. One of the things that I have been lucky enough is, as federal programs coordinator, I've written the title grants, I've written ESSER grants, I've written even IDEA. So there's a lot of legalities around that funding. And there's going to be a lot of requirements that come along with that funding. And so one of the things in my current position as superintendent that I have the luxury of meeting with other superintendents across the state. That's just a standard monthly meeting where we meet. We are able to hear from state legislatures. We're like first to hear usually what's coming down the pike and to be able to really collaborate together to find out what's going to be best for our students. You asked, that was a very layered question, and I want to make sure I answer it. You asked about policy as well?
It's mostly about how you would coalition build in
Yes.
order to advocate for the needs of Santa Fe students in potentially unforeseen future circumstances.
Sure. Again, I'm not worried about the funding. I know that maybe some people are, but I really believe that it's going to be there. It may be messy, it may look different, but it will be there. So building those relationships with other superintendents, building relationships with stakeholder groups around the district to be able to understand what the needs truly are and being able to advocate for those needs with our state legislatures in order to ensure that our students have exactly what they need and also legally deserve. Thank you.
Great, thank you. If Dr. Weaver would go, and I believe that our next one is Miriam.
Twice in a row.
Yes, but it's the same question when I have for you. I don't know if you want to add more.
She's asking
Yeah.
the same question. Do you want to give him a quick recap of what that question was?
Of course. Yeah.
Trump's administration and the groups in power had indicated they had pointed to the immigrant families, and they are trying to eliminate them and deport them, excluding them from the educational system. A big majority of our families in Santa Fe Public Schools, they are immigrants or they have ties with immigrant people. How are you, which actions are you going to take and which policies are you going to recommend to protect our families?
Great question. I'm gonna take my answer a little bit different and talk about stakeholder input. I honestly believe, and it applies to the question you asked, I honestly believe that Santa Fe Public Schools needs to take a step back and really work on getting input from each of our stakeholder groups, right? So if we're talking about the immigrant community and their concerns, I believe that we need to have close ties with members of those groups, having input sessions, listening to what it is that the community has to say, and then taking it back to cabinet, taking it back to our leadership, our principals, and making that into actionable, how can we move forward? In the case of your question, how can we move forward to ensure that our students are protected? But I think that a primary focus there has to be that engagement, and it's not only around the immigrant community, it's around all of our community. We have a large immigrant population. We have students who come to our schools hungry. Dr. Griffin and Dr. Cantu both talked about the whole student, and we have to teach our whole student. And if they're hungry when they come to us, if they have needs, if they're scared about being deported, then certainly their mind is not on education, and they're not engaged in education. So I think that it starts with ensuring that we have that community engagement and that we're reaching out to all of our community and making sure that we hear, and not only that we hear, but that we're doing something about it. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Is that a
Thank
good
you.
second answer?
I like it.
Thank
Good.
you.
Camille, if you would come up, please, and if Megan, Dylan, and Lucas would take your place over there, that would be appreciated.
So we're discussing so much, we can have dinner later on. We'll be happy to do that with you. My question is around absenteeism. And once again, being the spouse of a teacher and getting earfuls many times, what I've heard is that students are able to miss 120 days of school and still be able to pass with a B. So my question with you, and I think a lot of that, because my son, I see this with my son, a lot of that is coming through because there are some teachers who continue to use the same teaching methodologies as they did during COVID. It's go on Canvas, here's your assignment, you really don't need to be sitting in a seat. So what specific policy changes would you implement to hold students and schools more accountable, increase attendance, and ensure that seat time reflects real engagement and learning?
So first, I want to say that you are already doing some really great things in the district to improve attendance, student attendance, because the attendance rate has improved, and I know there's a grant in the district to work on student attendance. So we need to continue to build on what's already been put in place. So now I'm getting a little bit more insight into why a student would not be prepared once they leave us if they're not in school. Because if a student is not in school, then they're not learning. If they are not present, then we can't teach them. And so we do need to increase our efforts to ensure that every student is at school, whether that means that we are regularly monitoring our attendance and letting everyone know, hey, these are the areas where we are seeing chronic absenteeism, specific students who continue to be absent, and then we go out and have conversations with those families and ask, why is this happening? What is going on? Is there an issue at the school? Is there an issue at home for why the student continues to be chronically absent? And so I think there's two different ways to look at that: regular student regular student absences, and then chronic student absences. And so regularly monitoring attendance on a weekly basis, letting families know that we're looking at attendance and that we will be calling and we will be working through plans to help our students come to school if they're not coming. And then as far as for policy, I think that is something that I would want to talk to the team and talk to our team to look at what do we have in place, what are the guidelines for our, based on what we have now, and then bring recommendations to the school board and say, how much do we want to press on this issue? What stand do we want to take on attendance? Because we cannot improve outcomes if students are not in the room. I can't teach them to read. We can't teach numeracy skills. Our teachers can't do the work that they need to do if the students are not there. And so that is something that policy building is the role of the school board, and so we would work together to put something in place if that's their desire to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Justin, you are up.
All righty, round two.
Glad to see you again, Justin.
Indeed. I don't know if I said the first time, but I'm here on behalf of the Principals Association in addition to just principals. Resource management. Equity and equality are buzzwords, too often overused, often confused, or sometimes used interchangeably. Given the reality of resource allocation, which involves tough decisions in tandem with limited funding, how will you ensure resources are allocated equitably across the district and that schools with greater needs are not left behind?
That's a great question. I really like the absenteeism question too, so I'm going to touch on it just for a second. I'm curious if high school students can get Bs and get on Canva and do their work while they're maybe going to a job during the day or doing other things. Like, do we have to look at maybe how we're doing our schools. Maybe that it's a hybrid sort of situation for them. I don't know. It made me hungry and curious. That was really a fascinating question. So Justin, you talked about equitable resources, and people use equality and equity interchangeably, right? And they don't mean the same thing. So one of the things about equity is that, to me, equity means about everyone getting what they need. And when you have a school that is a high poverty school, low socioeconomic, their needs are greater than some other school needs. And so you have to be able to say that these resources that we have going out, that we have to make sure that there's extra reading support here, or there's extra math support here, because the needs are greater. So equity is not about everyone getting the same. It's about everybody getting what they need.
Very good.
Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Megan, you're up. Just so that we know, we have about 15 more minutes, 15 to 20 more minutes before we go to closing statements. So ask your questions.
So our organization, Poder Familiar, is hearing from families that we serve, which are vastly immigrant families, as recently as today, that many educators who reflect the background of our communities on the South Side are leaving. So retaining teachers and having students sort of see themselves in the curriculum, see themselves in school, is also a component of the landmark Yazzie Martinez ruling. How will you work to address the issue of teacher retention, especially for teachers of color?
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you. I think that retention for all teachers is incredibly important. One of the things that I've done with technology department is we put together a 3-year strategic roadmap, and one of those strategic plans was around succession planning. And one of the biggest things around succession planning is retention, right? We have to respect the work that our teachers do, help our principals to support our teachers better. I've seen some school districts that have put 2-year onboarding programs together that have been very supportive and helped teachers to really gain the culture of Santa Fe Public Schools or of the school district that these programs have been involved with. So I would look to our HR department and the experts that we have to try to figure out what is it that teachers, and of course to engage the teachers who are leaving, ask them why they're leaving. What is the reason? Are they leaving education altogether, or are they leaving Santa Fe Public Schools? And those could be two very, very different questions. But I think it's important to understand that we have to understand what the current climate is. And we can't do that until we understand from teachers. So engaging those teachers, engaging our principals who understand what the teachers are going through, and then helping to provide the programs that can help grow our teachers, help grow our community, so that our teachers want to stay, retention becomes less of a problem, and we build a flourishing school district.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dylan, you're next, but could I ask Hamby, John, Alana, and Nicole to come on up? We'll try to get through all of you before we go to closing statements.
Thank you very much. By the way, I'm a parent of a student at Atalaya in El Dorado. I'm wondering, since you come from a different district, if you can point to a specific policy, initiative, program that was implemented during your tenure in Texas that you think would work well in our district.
So thank you, Dylan, for the question. So I'd like to talk about structured literacy, and I know that is something that is being implemented here, but we have had a structured literacy now. This is our 6th year in the school district, and I have been a part of that work throughout. And so what it looks like is looking at the research, looking at the materials, looking at how we teach reading instruction to our students, and making sure that we're focused on structured phonics, knowledge building, writing, and that all of the components work together to build the comprehension skills for students in reading. And so I've done that in my work as both as the assistant superintendent for the school district as well as the chief academic officer. And so what that looks like is ensuring we have professional development for our teachers so that they can deliver structured literacy approach, ensuring that we have an instructional framework for the district that guides the work that we do and the materials that we bring in to the district to support that work. It also is putting in consistent data process so that we are monitoring how our students are doing with the change in our literacy approach and whether or not they're making gains, and they are. And so, and then providing professional development for all of our teachers and our administrators so that they can, one, deliver really great instruction that is moving the needle for students, and then so that leaders can give teachers really great feedback on their instruction. And so, that is some of the work that I have been doing around structured literacy, and so I'm excited that it's happening here in our school district, and I'm hoping that one of your kiddos is in elementary? Yes. That they're seeing it in their elementary now, the structured literacy approach, and that you're seeing the reading outcomes improve, and your child being able to read really, really well, because that is a focus. I think you said earlier that third grade is one of those benchmarks that we look at, but I think that our kiddos need to be reading as soon as we can get them there. We need to have our students reading because it will help them in the long run to be able to access all content.
Thank you. Okay, Lucas, you're up.
Hi, Lucas Robbins. Thank you. And I just wanted to acknowledge your earlier comment on absenteeism. I'm considered chronically absent by the definition, but and it's because I've been attending an internship and doing things extracurriculars that are important to me. So I really appreciated that. And in that same vein, I wanted to ask, Santa Fe Public Schools has a wide range of curricula and a wide range of student proficiency across its schools. My school, Mandela, is currently ranked second best in the state, second best public school in the state. That being said, there's still some schools that need more assistance. So I wanted to ask, how would you ensure that you celebrate the successes of SFPS while also caring for and assisting the schools where assistance is needed the most?
I really appreciate your time and the fact that you serve on the board, and the fact that I get to answer both student board member questions is pretty cool. So thank you for that, Lucas. One of the things that your school offers that other schools don't is that it's an IB school, right? And that it starts in 7th grade, correct? And that the students have to be there from 7th grade on up through 12th, is my understanding. That it's hard because of the way the IB is. It's just a really amazing special opportunity for that group of students. And so making sure that that group of students is honored and celebrated, plus also looking across the district at all the many great things that our student population brings to the table. I am so passionate about this generation. I am excited to see you all become leaders. It is the most compassionate, most culturally savvy generation that I've ever seen, and it's really easy to find things to celebrate that you guys do really, really well. So thank you for that question.
Thank you.
Hamby.
Okay, so I just have a little context for this question again, but humans are complex individuals with many different facets, and not everybody wants to take the path of college. Some want to enroll straight into a job or become an entrepreneur to pursue their own passion. But with systemic processes in place, high school is only getting students ready for college in my eyes. Although I'm a student who is pursuing a degree, my question is, what will you do to strengthen college and career readiness and ensure students have access to post-graduation pathways that are best optimized for the student, such as like trade school or personalized plans, or if they are pursuing higher education?
Great question. I'll tell you that I'm a firm believer in CTE, Career Technical Education. When I was a teacher, my national board certification was around CTE. And that blends perfectly with what you're talking about, preparing students for whatever it is that they are looking to do, wherever they will end up, wherever you as students will end up in life, right? For some, that's college. For some, that's career. For some, that's trades. Entrepreneurialism is huge right now. And I think that we need to do a really good job at looking at what our students' interests are, what parents believe about those student interests, right? Again, I'm going to go back to community engagement and stakeholder feedback to think about what are the programs that we can put within our schools that meet the needs of our students, whatever those needs might be, right? I think that we have some great things happening at Santa Fe Public Schools. To answer the last question, I think that we do a really good job of highlighting those things. And if we could take, I call them sometimes pockets of innovation or pockets of success, and we want to see those pockets of success and those pockets of innovation grow into schools of innovation, schools of success, and then into a district of success. But I think that it has to do first with looking at what our students want, looking at the data that we can get from our students, from our parents, from our community, and then look at the programs that we can put in place that first and foremost provide an education, but also that provide engagement or an opportunity for our students to be engaged. Because I want to go back to the attendance issue. I think that a lot of times we hear reasons, we hear great reasons for students not being in class, but there's also, I am a firm believer that if students were more engaged in school and learning and having fun learning, attendance would be much better.
Thank you.
Thanks for your question.
Thank you.
Thank you. John, for round two, you're up.
I'm asking this question because I think it's really important if you're going to lead our children or you're going to live amongst our children. So how important do you feel it is for a superintendent to live in or be actively present in the community they serve? And do you see yourself becoming a part of our local community in that way?
Absolutely. Oh, yes, absolutely. And I think it's incredibly important that our superintendent be visible. A superintendent's role, yes, is working with the board and leading the district, but it's also a community, right? And we have a lot of, we have stakeholders in the district that also we need to hear from. Because to your question about how are we preparing our kiddos, we want our students to be active members of this community, to come back or to come back after college or to continue and stay in Santa Fe and contribute to what's happening here in the city of Santa Fe, right? We want them to be active members. And so I think it's important then to talk to our stakeholders and to know what is it that they want to see from our graduates, right? How are we preparing them to make sure that they're able to be active members of the community? And then, so just on a personal note, I know that you're asking why would I live here? Absolutely, I would want to be a part and live here in the community because this is a place where I'm coming to work and coming to do this wonderful work that I have a heart for. And I have two amazing kids, two boys, a 13-year-old, he'll be 14 on Monday, and then I have a 12-year-old. And, well, he'll be 12 in a month, but he wants me to tell him he's 12 already. And so both of my boys would be in the schools. So, you know, of course, I'm looking for a school district that has, where I know that I can do a wonderful job and that I have experience doing similar work. But I'm also looking for a school district where I can bring my own family to and where my kids can be a part of the school district and where they can graduate from Santa Fe Public Schools. And so that maybe one day, as a superintendent, I can hand them that diploma when they walk across the stage, right? And so, so yes, I do think it's important for me to be a part of the community as the superintendent, if that were the decision of the board. But I think it's just important, period, for a superintendent to be visible in the community and to be out meeting the community and meeting with stakeholders and listening to the needs of the community.
Great, thank you. Alana.
Nicole.
Round two.
It's Nicole. I cut in front of her in line.
I'm sorry.
So
You're Nicole.
it's like the lunch line, and I wanted to be first. Sorry. So I didn't know I cut.
Go ahead.
Thank you for the second opportunity to ask the question. So my question is about modernizing our technology in the Santa Fe Public Schools, and two things I think that go hand in hand, and that's updating our student profiles up into their parents' information, their home addresses, and who can pick them up and who can't pick them up, right? That also goes along with the communication that student profile is leading into. So I hear a lot about communication and I don't know where to look, and I'm a parent and I'm always trying to find the information, and I'm looking in PeachDar and I'm looking on my email, my text. Where is this information? It is everywhere. And we need a centralized place so that people and parents can get the information they need to take advantage of these opportunities. You can have all the opportunities in the world. If parents don't know about them, kids don't know about them, we need them. So real quick, and then I'll let it go. So I went to Santa Fe High and I updated my student's profile, and they gave me a paper, and I spent half an hour crossing it out, and I turned it in February. It's still not updated. I asked them, I contacted them, and I said, what's going on? And they said, this one person is updating 1,500 student profiles. Holy cow, why is this not automated in any way? So anyhow, that's not the best use of our time. It's leading into issues in other places and then hindering our communication with our parents and our students.
Thank you for the question, Nicole. The first part of that question, you're absolutely right. There's a way to make that automated. We live in a digital world. In my current district, same thing. The attendance secretaries would get all of the enrollment packets at the beginning of the year, and we worked really hard to be able to make it so starting July 1st, they could update their enrollment packets online. Mm-hmm. And that's just some work and some elbow grease from the team at this school district to be able to do that. I believe you guys have Power Schools, if I'm correct. So that's just a little bit of maybe training and setting up the algorithm a little bit so that way we can speed line that. The other part was communication, and communication that's a loaded question, right? Because communication is the most important thing, and communication looks different for everybody. And so one of the things that I noticed when I was researching Santa Fe School District is that the websites are different at every school. And so I think that probably is because the schools are responsible for taking care of them and updating them. But that needs to be consistent district-wide, so that way families, no matter what schools that they go to or they transfer to, that they know that the upper right-hand corner is where the enrollment packet is, right? The bottom line along the stream, that's where I'm going to be able to see all the upcoming events that are going to be happening. The website's one place to do it. That phone message, some parents prefer the phone message that comes out once a week from the school. That's why that information is so important. Some parents prefer text messages. And there's a lot of parents that still want that good old in-person, then there's social media too. So we have to find out what way families want to consume information and try to meet them in every single different avenue that we can. Thank you, Nicole.
Thank you.
Right. And Alana, this will be our last question, and then we will go to our closing statements. Go ahead.
Okay. I apologize, I didn't introduce myself earlier. I'm Alana Cartier. I'm NEA Santa Fe president. I'm also a parent. I had 2 kids that went through Santa Fe Public Schools, and I'm a school nurse. So my question is, staff morale is a big concern for for staff and educators. What are your thoughts on potential strategies for improving morale?
That's a great question. Mr. Hunter was at 13 of the community forums. I went to about 5 or 6, and that was a recurring theme that I heard. And it's concerning. And I think that as a district, we really need to take a step back, and we need to, again, I'm going to go back to the basic communication. We have to understand where it is that we are at this moment. So what's our current state? And we have to understand why that current state is happening. That will not happen without listening to the people that you're talking about. So if you're talking about teacher groups, or if you're talking about principal groups, we have to be able to engage those groups to understand why morale is low. From what I was hearing, it was that people want to be listened to. I'm a firm believer in listening leadership, in asset-based leadership. I, again, took a great deal away from those community forums, and then took time over the next couple of weeks to be out in our schools, asking principals, asking members of the union, asking department leaders, what's going on within our schools? Where is the morale issue starting? And that's a basis for all of what we're talking about, but it's not going to be solved until we get to a point where we understand what's going on that's causing these issues. Our teachers, our principals are definitely overworked. We heard it from our students in some of those forums that their teachers were overworked, and that the way that some of our students were seeing that was that assignments were not being graded for 2 and 3 weeks. A student can't understand their progress if their grades are not being reflected so that they can see them and that they can get that feedback. So I think it's incredibly important that we engage and make those decisions again at the point closest to where those decisions are important.
Dr. Weaver, if you could take a seat for a second, but hold on to the microphone because you're going to be making a closing statement. I think the questions have been terrific. Can we give a round of applause, please, for the people who asked these wonderful questions? Okay, we will now have 2-minute closing statements in the same order that when we picked randomly. And the first closing statement is Dr. Weaver. Please, you have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you, everybody. I'd like to again echo what Mr. Carroll said. This has been very informative. The questions that we got were incredibly great, and it's good to hear what it is that you're interested in and to be able to respond to that. I recognize the responsibility that comes with community trust, and I take that to heart. I'm going to give you a why me summary. So why Dr. Weaver? I've proven committed and stable leadership within this district. Again, 20 years in public education, 12 years with this district. I have a deep knowledge of what happens within this school district, everywhere from operations to technology. I've built relationships with people within our community, within our departments, and I think that is incredibly helpful for creating continuity and vision for the district. I also bring a national perspective as a member of COSN and ISTE. The district was awarded a Community Engagement Equity Award that related to our response as a district to COVID, largely due to the technology, the ability for our students to have access to the internet and to devices. I'm going to close out by saying I love this district. I love the state of New Mexico. I'm not going anywhere. And I've worked my entire career, 30 years, to prepare for this moment. So I'm ready to lead this district forward. And again, thank you for your input.
Dr. Cantu, please go ahead.
So I want to just say that me being able to be here with you tonight is just proof that my parents were right and that education was the key to success. And so it is what, like I said earlier, what has driven me throughout my entire career, and it is something that I think about on a regular basis, that not every kiddo has a champion, a cheerleader like that in their home. And so it is our obligation, it is what we do as a public school system, is to make sure that we serve as those cheerleaders for our students. And then sometimes even when you do have someone cheering for you and saying, hey, these are the things that you need to do to be able to pursue success through education, you may not have the tools to be able to do that. I knew I had to go to school, but I didn't know how to go to college, how to do a FAFSA, how to apply, how to get money to go to school, right? And so those are things that we do as, in the public education system, is we help our students reach those, get that information. And so I am just, I have experience, I have done this work, and I am ready to come and do this work here with you and with this community and with this board. I think there are some things from my experience that I can bring that I already see that you're doing really well on. For example, I said earlier, attendance rates, they're going up. Let's work together to get those rates even higher, because we want our students in our classrooms and we want our students learning, even if that looks different from what we were used to. Seeing in education, we already see that our students are graduating, and they're graduating at higher levels in the state. Okay, well, let's make sure that they're graduating and that we're preparing them for after graduation with industry-based certifications, or prepare to make that decision when the time comes. Or that we look at reading outcomes. Reading outcomes are above the state, but I know that that's not where you want to be. You're not comfortable with just being above the state, and you want more for your students. And so I have the experience. I'm ready to do this work here in Santa Fe, and then I just hope that I just want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. Thank you.
And Dr. Griffin.
Thank you. I actually want to take a little of my 2 minutes to address teacher morale, if I may. One of the things, I just read an article, and it was titled, "Our Teachers Are Not Okay." And our teachers are the deciding factor in the classroom. We have to take care of our teachers. And one of the things that we have to protect for them is their time. We also have to be able to give them resources so they can work together collaboratively to work smarter and not harder, so they're not spinning their wheels. And I just heard that teacher absenteeism is an issue, and so classrooms are having to take on extra students, which means they're not able to be effective teachers. And so the school board just raised sub pay to be able to attract hopefully more substitutes into the classroom. I'm curious as why teacher absenteeism is so high, and I'd like to dig into that a little bit, but we have to take care of our teachers and our staff. Thank you. You have an incredible group of candidates here that any one of us would be so lucky to serve in this district. My hope and my wish for you is that you end up with a leader, a superintendent, that makes you feel heard, that makes you feel like you can be approachable, that you're able to be a stakeholder at the table and making the decisions for what's right for your children and your students. I also wish for you that you get the superintendent that takes you where you need to be, not necessarily where you want to be. So thank you.
Thank you. To round out, let me just acknowledge that these events and this process over the last 2 months has been very thorough, and I would like to thank a few people. Interim Superintendent Veronica Garcia, Chief of Staff Howard Exner, Joe Abeda, who's here, Roger, Alma, Savannah, and Michael, who have helped put this on. Let's give them a round of applause if we could. Keep in mind there's a second forum that starts at 6 o'clock. If you would like to ask a question, Michael back there has the sign-up sheet for you. And if others want to join, you can text your friends and tell them it starts at 6 o'clock, and please join us for that community. And now I'll turn it back over to the board to adjourn the meeting.
Okay, so we will be in recess till 6.
Yep.
We'll be back in about an hour.
Thank you, everybody, for being here. Yes, sir. Dr. Christine.
I'd like to bring us back into session. This is the 6 o'clock Superintendent Finalist Community Forum. And so with that, I will hand it back to our moderator, Tom.
Thank you, and thank you to the board for setting this up and doing such a good job of getting community support. And now we have our three candidates here. I think we're going to hear from our interpreters first.
Bienvenidos a todos al Foro Comunitario para la Búsqueda del Superintendente del Distrito. Si alguien necesita traducción simultánea en español, por favor diríjense. Hello. Hola. Atrás tenemos aparatos y audífonos para que puedan escuchar la traducción en el momento. Y para el público que está escuchando y viendo a través de YouTube o la página del distrito, pueden escoger la opción para leer los subtítulos tocando el botón con las dos Cs. Y si alguien viene a hacer una pregunta y necesitan que proveemos traducción al inglés, podemos hacer eso también. Y muchas gracias.
Is that mic not working now?
It is.
Oh, it is. Well done, Joe. Well done. Good evening, and welcome to the Superintendent's Finalist Community Forum. My name is Tom Carroll of Carroll Strategies, and I'm honored to serve tonight as your moderator. I'd also like to welcome the people who are watching online. If you know anyone who would like to watch online, tell them to go to sfps.info. There are two links there. One will take them to the YouTube channel where they can watch. There's also a Zoom link that they can go to that was set up with Spanish translation. So thank you for joining us for this forum. This is an important part of the selection process. It gives our community a chance to hear directly from the candidates and to learn more about them as the board considered who might be the right fit for the SFPS community. This forum will go until 7:30 sharp. So here's how it will work tonight. I have this famous black box here, and there are 13 or so people who signed up to ask a question. And we'll do opening statements first, and then what we'll do is I will pick numbers, and those numbers will line up over there, and they will ask questions. They will have 2 minutes to ask a question. The candidates have 2 minutes to respond. We have two timekeepers. We have Joe Beta over there who will keep time for you if you're a questioner, and Savannah Willingham here who will keep time for our candidates. And that's how this will work. We have drawn to see who would go first. This is our second forum. In this forum, it will be Dr. Christine Griffin going first. Second will be Dr. Fabiola Cantu, and third will be Dr. Neil Weaver. And so we will begin tonight with opening statements. Each candidate will have 2 minutes, and they will get told when they have 30 seconds to go. So why don't we begin? We'll begin with an opening statement by Dr. Christine Griffin.
Good evening. I'm really happy to know what that black box was for because I was super curious when it was brought to you. My name is Christine Griffin. I have been an educator for over 25 years. I started off my career as a paraprofessional, and I have taught kindergarten through 8th grade special education, 3rd grade through 8th grade regular education. I've been an intervention coordinator, instructional specialist, a principal for 8 years, director of ed services and federal programs, and then my most favorite role is superintendent, which I've been doing for the past 2 years. One of the things that is bringing me here to Santa Fe is that about 3 weeks ago, I got a call from my stepmother, and she's like, you know, they're hiring. And my parents have lived here for 12 years. And so I've been coming to Santa Fe to visit, and to be able to live in a place where I could be close to my family, this chapter in their life, and then also get to do what I love doing most is just a dream. So thank you. Thank you for being here. I'm super curious to hear this round of questions and looking forward to it. So thank you.
Dr. Cantu.
Good evening, buenas noches. I'm excited. I'm honored to be here with you tonight. Some of you may have heard me say this earlier, but I'm going to make sure that everyone hears. I'm the daughter of immigrants, and my parents met once. They came to the United States as teenagers, and they met soon after arriving in the United States. And so while they were not always able to provide material things for my brother and sisters and me, what they did was instill in us an understanding that education was the means by which we could change the trajectory of not just our life, but that of our family. And so that is a belief that has guided me throughout my entire career, in everything that I do, is as a bilingual teacher, as an assistant principal, as a leader of a dual language campus, as a director of multilingual programs that ran dual language programs from pre-K through 12th grade, as an assistant superintendent, and now as the chief academic officer in the Aldine Independent School District. This is a district of about 57,000 students in North Houston. And so I have the privilege of leading those instructional programs for all students. And like I said, that belief in education is what has guided me throughout my career. And so when I look at Santa Fe and I look at your demographics and I look at your data, and I see the board meetings and I see the issues that are at the table now, I know that I can bring leadership to that. I know that I have experience doing that work throughout my career in the 21 years of an education. And so tonight, I just look forward to meeting you all, to listening to your questions, your concerns, and for you to maybe get to know me a little bit more. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Neil Weaver. I'm the Chief Information and Strategy Officer from Santa Fe Public Schools. What I'd first like to say is thank you all for coming. This was introduced as a way for you to hear about the candidates, but what I'm most interested in is to hear what the community has to say. I come with a deep understanding of New Mexico, of Santa Fe, and of Santa Fe Public Schools. My father was in the military, so when I was younger, we moved around a lot. But when I came to New Mexico again, we lived here again while I was younger, but when I came back for my third year of college, it has been home ever since. I met my wife in college. We started a family. We raised our children in New Mexico. Both of them were raised were educated, in the K-12 systems here. My daughter is giving back. She's a teacher. My wife is an educator. And so we're dedicated to New Mexico and certainly not going anywhere. Dedicated to Santa Fe as well. I'll talk to you really quickly about my experience. I have 30 years of professional experience, over 20 years in K-12 specifically, and 12 years here at Santa Fe Public Schools in increasing leadership roles. Talking about my beliefs, first and foremost, I believe in this community, and I believe in Santa Fe Public Schools. I believe that education is a gateway for opportunity for our students, right? And I think that begins with engagement in our educational system. Our students have got to be engaged. I think that we need to lead with integrity, vision, and an understanding of, again, what our students' needs are. First and foremost, we have to honor stakeholder input, and I'll just end by saying that everything we do within Santa Fe Public Schools has to be dedicated and devoted to student outcomes. Thank you.
All right, so now we're going to get to the the question and answer period. And here's how it's going to work. We have 13 people signed up. Last time we went through 22 questions in our last forum, so you might prepare 2 questions. And if we get through, we might get through twice, depending upon how fast we go. So I am now going to pick some numbers. I promise I have no idea.
Tom, we're freezing out our board members. They look really cold. Is there any way we can turn the air off in here before?
Is there any way we can, yeah, Howard's on.
Thank you, Howard.
Thank you very much for saying it. Number 11, and please go on over to the behind the podium, and I'm going to call 5 of you. If you wouldn't mind just lining up, and you can sit on the ledge over there. Number 2. Number 6, number 8, and number 1. Those will be the first, and I know who you are, I know where you live. So I have, do we have all 5 of you over there? Peter, is Peter there? Lynn? Cam, Grace, and Christina. Okay, so we have everybody over there. So here's how it's going to work. Yeah, go on out there. You'll have 2 minutes, up to 2 minutes. We ask people to try to keep it concise because that'll give us more time for questions. But you have up to 2 minutes to ask the question. Joe will be your timekeeper. He will very gently let you know if you're getting close to that 2-minute mark. For our candidates, we'll then have 2 minutes to respond. Savannah will keep time, and when they get with 30 seconds to go, they will let the candidates know. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Go ahead.
Is the mic ready?
The mic is ready.
So I got everyone right here.
The mic is ready.
Go ahead. And please tell us your name and tell us what association you may have with the school district. It could just be public member, or it could be parent, or it could be teacher, or whatever.
All of the above. Cristina Gonzalez. I'm the Fine Arts Coordinator for the district. I'm also the parent of a high school student. Santa Fe has a long, deep, and storied relationship to the visual, performing, literary, and increasingly media arts. The arts are central to our collective and unique intersectional cultural identities. Accordingly, SFPS invests significant resources, human and material, into arts education, and we have incredible bright spots all over the district, teachers and programs at many, many schools that excel. And we have systemic structures that keep us from fulfilling our potential. Haphazard course offerings, staffing shortages in music in particular, the need for content-specific PLCs in the arts, and a high percentage of music and art educators who are less than 1.0 FTE, so not obligated to attend professional development and not as connected to school communities. Taken together, this can erode the quality of teaching and learning. We live in a world-class city for the arts, and we should have, and we can have, the best arts programs in the country. So here's my question. What personal experience of the arts do you have, not as a consumer, but as a creator? What is your vision for the role of the arts in K-12 education, and how would you apply systems change to improve visual and performing arts education in Santa Fe Public Schools?
Thank you for the question. I want to make sure I hit all the points. So first of all, am I an artist, right? In high school, I was in drama, and I was in performing arts, and so I started on the stage in my freshman and sophomore year, and then ended up in stagecraft and directing my junior and senior year, and that was my connection to school. Otherwise, I didn't really care for school. So that's a little bit about my history with performing arts. As far as an adult, I get my joy being outside and gardening. And I know that maybe that's not quite the media that would inspire, but the flowers around here, the beauty around here, I just saw that the yarrow is starting to bloom, and I was super excited about that. But Santa Fe is like no other place when it comes to the arts. And the amount of community, the richness of the community and the participation that our schools can receive from just making those connections with community artists is vital to our schools. You asked a very specific question about what systemic things would I put in place in order to ensure that our students have the right systems for art programs. I would start at an elementary level and ensuring that when you talk about equitable resources, that all students have access to a plethora of different medias. So it might be that they are, I bet I'm running out of time. Let me get there quickly. Start at elementary, work your way to middle school with more opportunities for students. By high school, you have very specific programs that will fulfill where they're at, where they find their passion, and they could fulfill their passion. So, thank you.
Good.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. The next will be number 2.
Hi, my name is Grace Agnew, and I am a mother and a taxpayer, a retired pre-K teacher, and a native Santa Fean. And I would like to piggyback on a couple of questions that were asked in the other session. The Ann E. Casey Foundation has consistently ranked New Mexico near the bottom. Even Mississippi surpasses us. So my question is, what would you bring to the table that would ensure students would have a curriculum that is of interest to them, and would this include outdoor education?
Thank you for the question, Grace. I'm trying to think where I want to start because there's so much. I think one thing that we need to remember is that Santa Fe is performing and when compared to the state at a rate above the state in some key areas. For example, literacy. But I know that that's not where we want to be, and that's not where we want to be. While it's great to be above the state, that's not where we want to be when we compare ourselves to the nation, and that's not what we want for our kiddos. So I know that's not what I want for my children too. And so I think that specifically to the question about the curriculum, I would want to look and talk to your teachers to find out what is working for them, what strategies do they have that's been working well, where have they seen the outcomes improving, and then what's not working. And so what is it that's not working? And so sometimes you can have the very best curriculum, but you don't have the supports around it, and so then it's not implemented with fidelity, it's not carried out like it's intended to, and so it doesn't produce the outcomes that we need. And so in that case, it may not be the curriculum, it may be the structures that are around it, right? And so I would want to get that information from the teachers about the materials that they're using to deliver that instruction. And then as far as it being relevant to our students, I think it's important that they share with us what instruction has been like for them and where they feel that there needs to be a greater change or more culturally relevant or more things that are more like what they would see in real world. And so I'd like to get input from the kiddos in order to make those types of decisions or to bring and talk to my team and bring recommendations to the board about things that we want to do differently in order to change student outcomes. And then I know my time is about to be up when I say that everything needs to be centered around our strategic plan. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Number 6 is next.
Thank you all so much for being here, taking some time out of your evening to come. My name's Cam Crawford. I'm a full-time firefighter with Santa Fe County Fire Department. Thank you. Thank you. In addition to being a firefighter, I'm also a substitute teacher for Santa Fe Public Schools. I'm able to find so much work, so we want to address the teacher vacancies, but not too much. Occasionally, I'm also certified to substitute teach in Gallup and McKinley County, and I know they're in the news I know they're in, testing. I know they're in the news right now for really bad reasons, but I want to talk about something that they did right, which is addressing housing affordability. And if you know anything about Gallup and McKinley County, it is within the Navajo Nation. And the Navajo Nation and Gallup and McKinley County came together to basically build free housing for the teachers who live there. They live on campus, so they're never late. And they all seem really happy. And I think that's something we could do here in Santa Fe. As you know, we have a crisis in affordability, especially when it comes to housing. And I don't have to tell you all, but the
Roger,
people who
should
do
we-
the most important jobs.
I'm sorry, we're sorry about this. Let's get the right microphone, and that way you won't be interrupted again.
Okay.
We
The
have
people-
extras here.
The people who do the most important jobs are often the least compensated, teachers, firefighters being some of them. So what will you push for with regard to addressing and assisting teachers who are from Santa Fe, want to come to Santa Fe with their housing costs?
It's a great question, Cam. Thank you for the question, and thank you for what you do for our community. I would start by saying Santa Fe Public Schools is already, we know that this is a concern. We know that Santa Fe is an incredibly expensive place to live. The state has done incredible things around salaries of our educators, but it's still not keeping pace. What I would say is that I think that it's obviously not a Santa Fe Public Schools issue. It's a community issue, right? It's a statewide issue to some extent. And I think engaging the rest of the community and understanding, moving forward with programs that the board is working on, and making sure that the rest of the community is on board with that. There are programs. We got an email from Dr. Garcia today about HomeWise, which is a program that helps with affordability for housing. But it's great. I'm not discounting it, but it's not enough, right? So I think that we need to engage all of the stakeholders, the community, the county, and the state to figure out how we can address this problem with fidelity.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
I think, Lynn, you're next, and then Peter. Go ahead, you have 2 minutes.
I'm Lynn Bickley. I'm a 15-year volunteer in Santa Fe Public Schools, and I want to thank all of you for this opportunity to participate in this very important process. Our district has a very strong focus on the whole child, structural literacy, social emotional learning, and bilingual education. But we have critical challenges in academics. Only 20% of our kids are on grade level in math, and about 35% in reading. These numbers are relatively unchanged for up to 20 years. So now is the time for a transformational leader. My question is, what concrete steps would you take to raise math and reading proficiency so every child is ready for career or college? Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn, for that question. One of the things that it's not really rocket science, it's the teachers, right? It is really investing and valuing our teachers. The process that I really like is called professional learning communities. And Hattie's research shows that teacher collective efficacy is what is the greatest gains that we can make when it comes to moving the needle for kids. Over a 1.5 years growth that we can make when teachers, when their time is protected and they're able to look at the standards, unpack the standards, understand exactly what it is that those standards are asking. They're able to talk to each other about strategies. What strategies did you use? What strategies do we need when the district invests in professional development around teaching strategies? When they have data that is immediate, so they can provide feedback and also shift their teaching strategies in the moment to help really raise and bring kids along. It's not easy, but it is doable. And we really have to invest in our teachers and protect that model and give them the tools that they need in order to collectively collaborate on student learning in order to increase student scores. Thank you, Lynn.
Great, thank you. And Peter, you're up.
Just working with me right here. Talking about.
Just talk there. No, it'll catch you. It'll get it.
Good evening. Thanks for this opportunity. I'm going to talk a bit about myself, a little bit more than probably appropriate, only because it's going to form context for the question that I'm going to ask. First of all, I'm an alumna parent, very happy parent of a graduate of Santa Fe Public Schools. Second of all, this is my 51st year in education. I started out as the dreaded AP US history teacher, and I'm looking at the audience to see who's going like there. Yeah, there we go, right there. I knew I would see that. But over the last half century, I've been the head of 4 schools. I've started 3 schools, 2 in the U.S., or head of 2 schools in the U.S., and started 2 schools in Africa. I've also been an executive search consultant for several years, both at domestic and international schools. So I kind of know my way around in that. You've heard, and I'm picking up on Lynn's question, if you are here because you think you can be into the other 2 candidates as well, you can be an incremental change agent, and if the board is looking for an incremental change agent, you're setting your sights incorrectly and far too low. We, in fact, need transformational leadership in this district, and that's what we need to find, and that's what you need to support, and I also do governance training, and so one thing that I was informed when I first became a principal is that if you're not taking heat, you're not doing the job, all right? And if you are our new superintendent, you're going to make a decision that's going to be very unpopular, particularly if you decide to close schools. And I suggest that you guys have the back of the next superintendent when that happens. Here's my question. Education for many years has been self-condemned by concentrating on inputs rather than outcomes, okay? And so what I'd like you to do is sort of a 3-part question, but you can do it in your 2 minutes, is what was the biggest challenge you faced in your role in what you're doing currently, okay? How did you address that challenge? And then third and most importantly, because being self-reflective, okay, this is the last sentence, being self-reflective is a sign of a good leader, okay? What takeaway did you come from that experience?
Great, thank you for the question.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. And I hope that one day I can also be in front of everyone and say that I have 51 years of experience in education and that I have a similar impressive career. So thank you for your work. So we do have a lot in front of us in education, just with everything that the uncertainty and things that are going on right now. But specifically to the question of like what's been the most challenging for me up until this point now is working on improving what we just heard earlier about literacy outcomes and focusing on literacy outcomes. And so it did take a great deal of work, and it is continuing to be a great deal of work, but it's the right work. Because if we can get our kiddos reading, then they can access all content. And so I very much believe that it's important for us. It's absolutely our moral imperative in our work to make sure that students can read. And so while, like I said, we can say that reading by 3rd grade, by 8 years old is the metric. I know when my son wasn't reading by 8 years old, I was not okay with that. I was not okay when he didn't read when he at 4 or at 5 or at 6. I wanted to see him reading, right? And so in my work, what it took was doing some bold things, such as changing the curriculum that we were utilizing, such as changing the literacy framework that we were using to approach instruction and creating more structured literacy approach. I think that, and then putting PLCs in place, what we call curriculum-based professional learning, looking at what we want students to produce in a lesson, and then reviewing that, looking at student work analysis, looking at the data, and then making adjustments and coming back to do that work. I think that when we don't focus on early childhood and 1st grade, that then we run into issues later on as we go through as the kids go through our system. So it's really important work I'm going to just wrap this up. To be able to do that work and to be able to be a transformational leader, we have to move out of our comfort zone. But it wouldn't just be me as a superintendent. It would be all of us being transformational and understanding that in order to be courageous, we have to come out of our comfort zones.
Thank you. And if, Dr. Weaver, if you could take your place, I'm going to call 5 more numbers, 7, 5, 9, 12, and 3. And if you could, if number 7 could go to the podium and the rest of you could line up, that would be appreciated. Number 7 is Lucia. Lucia here?
Yes, I'm walking.
Okay. Lucia, you have 2 minutes to ask your question.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Lucia Garcia. I'm a retired educator and I live in this community. So my question is, given declining enrollment and underutilized facilities, how would you approach school consolidation as a strategy to improve access to critical services such as nursing, special education, and behavioral support? This is a 3-part question. Are you prepared to research and make difficult decisions rooted in student needs and equity? Can you share an example from your past leadership where you have made a difficult decision that prioritized long-term student outcomes over short, temporary popularity?
Great questions. Thank you, Lucia.
You're welcome.
I'll first of all start by, I'm sorry, can you repeat the first question again?
Sure. Given declining enrollment and underutilized facilities, how would you approach school consolidation as a strategy to improve access to critical services such as nursing, special education, and behavioral support?
Perfect, thank you. I think that we've seen declining enrollment over the past years. When I started with this school district 12 years ago, I think we were at about 12,500 students, and now we're hovering around 10,000. So it's a real concern. We still have the same amount of buildings that we had when I started as well. We have to really take a look at our budget is focused on enrollment, number one, and I think that enrollment is a reflection of trust from the community to some extent. So I think we need to look at that. The services that we're able to provide within our schools differs from school to school based on how many students we have. Some of our smaller schools, we heard in the last community about assistant principal sharing, and so we have to make some difficult decisions around that. I think as a district, we really need to focus on what it's going to take to right-size our district. And I wouldn't start with closing schools. I would start by trying to attract, to build back the trust from our community that we are absolutely the place that we will take, that our students should go. As parents, I trust in Santa Fe Public Schools, and I will have my students attend Santa Fe Public Schools. Those same services, all of this wraparound services, special education, everything. I think that what I said applies to all of that. Like, we really have to figure out how we can support our students as a whole. The last question focused on reading proficiency and mathematics.
No. It said, are you prepared to research and make difficult decisions rooted in student needs and equity? Can you share an example from your past leadership where you made a difficult decision that prioritized long-term student outcomes over short-term popularity?
Yeah, absolutely. So again, back to our proficiency rates, I think that we have to look at research and figure out exactly what it is that we can do in order to ensure that we are preparing our students for their futures.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. The next is Juan, number 5.
Hello.
And I might recommend that if you have 2 questions, you save the second question, because we will go to a second round, and that will give the candidates enough time to answer the first one.
I have 15 questions. Thank you. My name is Juan Blea. For the last 3 years, I have served on the Superintendent's Executive Diversity Council. I also served on the school's audit committee. Thank you. Thanks to President Obeta. Before I ask my question, I want to thank the board. because you guys did a fantastic job of finding three very, very talented people to put before the community. So great job, and to Joe for keeping everybody in the loop and keeping the community in the loop. So, I mean, I think this process has been very, very informative, and we got to really learn about your all's backgrounds and stuff like that. So thank you guys. Now, one of the things that, now I say that, and I'm going to be pessimistic. So Santa Fe as a community is failing. It's unhealthy as a community as a whole. And one of the symptoms of that unhealth is the lack of trust that the community has in our officials, whether appointed or elected. And unfortunately, the reason why we're here tonight kind of contributed to that mistrust in a very big way. I think the board did a great job of navigating that and kind of helping the community through it. However, it was a very difficult situation why we're here tonight. So my question is, and I do have another part, but I'll save that for later, hopefully. In order to have a healthy community, our schools are the main artery for that. And part of that artery is engaging parents, adults, people within the community who don't have a vested interest, who don't have kids, who aren't teachers, who aren't part of the staff. They just have this very strong, and I know this because my phone rings and they say, hey, what are we going to do? So my question to you is as superintendent, what would you do as the face of the district to rebuild the trust and integrate the community as a whole within the school process?
Thank you. I actually think that your question piggybacks on the previous questions, the previous two questions. It's rebuilding trust in the community, right? Being fiscally responsible and using our resources well. So I'm going to answer it in two parts if you don't. So yeah, we do. We have to look at our schools. We have to look at declining enrollment. It's a national trend. Look, birth rates are lower. It just is what it is. And so we have to have some really open and honest conversations with our community, our stakeholder groups about what is the best solution to ensure that all of our students have equitable resources, that they have access to the things that they need. I reorganized the district last year, and it was a lengthy process. We saw that students were leaving us at a middle school level, and then they'd come back at the high school, so we had a real middle school problem. And so going out and having community conversations, being open and hearing from them, not me just talking at them, hearing from them what their real concerns are, and being able to bring that back to a superintendent advisory committee, and then coming up with several different solutions, and then bringing those solutions to each of the schools, each of the sites, each of the families. The engagement that we need with our families and our community, that starts with open lines of communication. And until we are having the hard conversations, being vulnerable and listening to what it is that is being presented to us as the challenge, that we won't start rebuilding that trust. So I hope that answered your question.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very good. The next questioner is Rosario Torres.
Buenas noches, soy Rosario Torres. Soy bilingüe, bicultural, binacional. Are you going to translate? Or?
Good evening, I'm Rosario Torres. I am bilingual, bicultural, and binational.
Mi relación con el distrito escolar es que he sido voluntaria en la misma escuela. Este es mi 12º año en César Chávez, que está en el sur de la ciudad.
My relationship with the school district is that I've been a volunteer for 12 years, primarily at Cesar Chavez, which is on the south side of town.
También estoy en la mesa directiva de PI, Partners in Education, que ayuda a las escuelas con field trips, con arte, con una variedad de cosas, a los maestros, con reconocimientos anuales hacia los maestros. Conozco la escuela César Chávez, yo diría que bastante bien.
I also serve on the board of PI, Partners in Education, responsible for helping out, fund, and coordinate field trips, art, teachers, recognition of teachers, and Rosario is very well connected to and knows the community of Cesar Chavez.
And also the community in the south side. I'm proud that the kids call me abuela. And what that means is that I have a relationship with the kids and the families. I would like to know how or what kind of experience you've had in developing and supporting community schools. Escuelas comunitarias deben de ser un lugar en donde las familias, los niños, los maestros y la vecindad en donde la escuela está sientan que es un recurso al que pueden acudir no importa cuál sea la necesidad.
So I believe in community schools being a place where families, students, teachers, the community at large can look to and be seen as a resource no matter what the needs are of the group.
Do you have experience with that? And I'd like to know what your thoughts are about improving how we do community schools in this town.
Buenas noches, señora Torres. Y primero, déjeme solamente decirle que yo le entiendo totalmente porque soy bilingüe también. So I just want to say that I understood her question because I am bilingual. So I don't know if you were here earlier, Ms. Torres, so you might not have heard this, but I'm going to repeat it for everyone who wasn't here because I think it's a really great example of how we have built or how I have experienced building the community schools in my district now. And so we have a very large number of students who are new to the United States who are in our district. And so specifically, we saw that number really higher at the secondary level. And so we saw that our students who were coming into the country either had limited schooling or had education but didn't have the English language. And so we were looking at their outcomes compared to their peers, and they were not graduating at the same rates. They were not performing at the same level on state assessments. Of course they wouldn't because they're in English, and so they were only offered in English at the high school level, right? So we needed to find a way to be able to support this group of students so that they can have the same outcomes and the same access as everyone else. And so that led to me and working with a team in my district to build and start a brand new school called La Promesa Dual Language and Newcomer Experience. And so La Promesa is a high school that specifically works with newcomer students, working with addressing the trauma that they may have had, or some may have had experience with trauma in their journey to the United States. Some may be unaccompanied minors, and so we need to make sure that we have supports for them. And so students who are here with their families, also their families may need support, because we know that if a student does not have their basic needs met, then they are not open to the learning and to fully participating in education when their basic needs are not met. And so we made sure that the food bank is available at our school, that we have a counselor on site, that all those wraparound services are in place. And so I do know that you have community schools in the district, and so I'd like to see what plans are for potentially looking at them being at other sites, and then what is working at the community sites that you have now and where we can make some enhancements. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Loretta, and then I believe Joel, right? Okay, and then would the other, let's see, 10, 13, and 4, please line up. You have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
All right. Hi, I'm Loretta Booker. I am a parent of 3 children. 2 are currently enrolled in Santa Fe Public Schools, and 1 graduated from Capitol High School in 2019. I'm also a former principal and teacher with the district. I was hoping that you can speak to how you'll protect our students and our schools from the impacts of what's happening at the federal level, specifically with ICE, with the potential of cutting of our title funds, as well as the attack on diversity, equity, and inclusion programs.
Thank you, Ms. Booker. Great question. I answered this question in the last round. First and foremost, I think that this has to do with making sure that our students are safe, right? They're safe in our community. They're safe within our schools. That is first and foremost what the district is responsible for when our students are in our schools. I know the board has passed some resolutions in the past to protect students, and we certainly have to uphold that. We have to uphold what our city, what our community, and what our district believes in, and that is protecting our students regardless of who they are, regardless of anything. So I think that it's incredibly important that we look at what those issues are, make sure that they do not impact our schools, rely on our safety and security staff to ensure that our students are safe at school. As far as funding, it's a big question, what's going to happen, right? We're really not sure. That is doubled with the fact that our educational funding is tied so closely to gas and oil within New Mexico. And we're seeing gas prices go down, and most people like that. As an educator, I think, well, that's going to impact us at some point. I think we have to really look at the funding that's been, record funding that's been coming through our state, and we have to have a realization that that's going to stop at some point. In addition to that, we could see impacts because of the current political climate, and I think that it's important that we look from a district and we're not only a little proactive about what might happen, but if we do feel financial impacts because of any action from the federal government, I think that we need to make sure that we're relying on the experts within the district to look at where we are and figure out where we need to move next.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
And Joel, you are up.
Thank you, Dr. Griffin. My name is Joel Berenson. I'm the parent of a graduating senior. I'm the husband of a substitute teacher. The girl sitting next to my wife is not my daughter. That's my daughter's best friend. But so I feel like schools in Santa Fe are failing us in multiple levels, and the blame is so diffuse. It goes in many places, and it goes back more than 20 years. But the biggest single symptom, if I look, is that kids can't read at all levels. And I hear this from teachers, I hear this from school administrators, and I hear it from my wife and my daughter. It affects all of us, and it sucks us all down a bit when kids that can't read are passed through third grade saying that they meet the standards, and teachers who want to say, no, you don't actually meet it, are overruled, and we end up with a cascading failure of the educational system. To fix it, you're going to have to do some things that is going to get you maybe not much support, maybe not from this board, maybe not from the New Mexico PED, because they've had and the legislature, they've all had years to work on this problem. They've refused to recognize it. You're going to have to hold some kids back. You're going to have some kids in summer school probably. What are you going to do to fix the problem of students who don't read at level, and how are you going to make the people who have to convey that to the feel supported?
Thank you, Joel, for that question. It's a mindset shift of understanding that from 3 years old to 18, that we have a responsibility to ensure literacy, that there's no excuse. And so every teacher is a reading teacher first. And making sure that all of our teachers are equipped with the strategies to understand how to break apart complex text for those students who may be not able to access their grade level text. More specifically, your question was like, where's the hard stop, right? Like, what are we going to do to say that, okay, you're in third grade, you're not proficient, what are we going to do about it? So that is where summer school can come in. We have to get to them earlier than that, though. We have to ensure that students have that early literacy intervention, because by the time they get to third grade, it's an hour and a half of intervention every day in order to get them caught up to grade level. So kindergarten, if they enter and they haven't been exposed to a lot of vocabulary, a lot of text, a lot of students are coming to us with digital, like phones and everything, and they don't even know how to hold a book, right? And so we have to do early literacy in ensuring that we're capturing them and catching those kids up before they even get to third grade. And then once they're in third grade, then what are we doing? Where are we investing our resources to ensure that they don't get out of third grade without being proficient?
Great, thank you. Lynn, correct?
Yes.
Hi, Lynn.
Hi, my name is Lynn Mendes, and as I open my mouth, you can tell I'm not a native New Mexican. My husband and I moved here officially in October of 21 from Attleboro, Massachusetts. But our daughter came for a summer job after college. That was 34 years ago, so long summer job. We visited a lot, obviously, every year, and she came home. We would not have moved here except for the fact of 2 little grandsons, which we have now. So we moved here to help, and we're very well-used grandparents, very well-used. One grandson is in 2nd grade, and one is in kindergarten. I probably have a controversial question. I'm going to preface it with a few things. I was an educator in Massachusetts for 35 years, 30 years in classroom, and 5 years the system-wide K-8 science coordinator. I was hired in January of 1974, and before I was hired, we had 180 days of school. Since that time, more days have been added, but for professional development. I believe there are now 5 professional development days, 3 in the end of the summer and 2 during the school year. I did figure out that my grandsons go to school about 3 weeks less than most of the rest of the country. Early release days every Friday accounts for 1 day a month, and counts 7 of those. And then there's 174, I believe, calendar days, so that's 6 more, and then 2 days that are parent-teacher conference days count as student learning days. So that's the 3 weeks. You can learn a heck of a lot in 3 weeks, that is for sure. So my question to you is, where do you stand on whether Santa Fe should join most of the rest of the country with 180 days of school time? Controversial here.
I think it's controversial if we're thinking about it in through different lenses. So 180 days is what I'm used to, so I think it's something that we need to think of, because I can see it both ways. One, the more time that they're with us, the more time that I have to be able to teach them and meet those academic goals that we have. So absolutely, I want more time, but at the same time, I don't want more time in a system that doesn't work. And so we have to do 2 things. Make sure our system, and I'm not saying that Santa Fe is, but just in general in education, have a really strong academic system that is producing outcomes. And then, yes, let's have more time. But it's not a decision I think that we make on our own, that our school board can make on our own. I also think that we need to do this through partnership work, hearing from teachers, what are their thoughts on 180 days, hearing from the Associate Teachers Union, and as well as from our principal administrators, where are you seeing this 180 days? And if we give back time to instruction, which I absolutely believe we would want to give back time for instruction, how would we use that time and use it wisely? I do think also, too, that there's an opportunity for us to look at it in another way, and that it's not just something that we solve at our school district. If we want more time with students, then we can also advocate to the state and say, similar to what we're doing in Texas, is that if we want to add more days to the instructional calendar, then give us more money so that we can do that, right? And so let's put more money in the system so that we can offer more days. And so there are things that we can advocate for at the state level to support the increase in the number of school days, and there are things that we can do in our school system to address the need for more time within the time frame that we have. And so I think that, again, that's not a decision that we make on our own. It's a decision that we make with input from the community and from our union and from our administrators union and from the board. But more time in a really effective system is always going to be helpful for kids.
Great.
Yes.
Thank you. I believe, Sharon, you're next. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Sharon Eklund. I know many of the board members. It's nice to see you all. Thanks for having us this evening. I've been here in northern New Mexico for 54 years, so I feel like a native. And I am the proud great-grandmother of my first great-grandchild, who was born 2 months ago, who's going to go through this school system. So we got to get it right. Yeah. My question has to do with the Yazzie Martinez case and the fact that once again, the court has told the state of New Mexico that we are not meeting the needs of the underserved students in our communities and all of our communities. And we have a lot of underserved students in this community. I'm also a reading tutor, have been for the last 14 years here in the school system. And I deal with students who are in classrooms where they're reading 2 years or more behind their grade level. So the question is, can you give me some specifics about how you would create a strategic plan? What are the first steps you would take to create a strategic plan to improve academic performance in reading and math specifically?
Very good question. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm not sure if I shared, I just recently found out I'm going to be a grandfather, so I'm right there with you. To respond to your question, a very, very important question. I think that when you're thinking about creating a strategic plan, just in a general sense, not specific to reading and math, but in a general sense, we have to have community input. We have to focus on what the board goals are, what the community goals are, what the district goals are. Get that input from our community, and then figure out what that strategic plan looks like. Put specific metrics and measures in place so that we know that we're succeeding, specifically when it comes to math and reading. Again, we continue to talk about these numbers, and we may be better than the state in some of them. We are flat on some of them, but the state is declining, so that's a good thing. And those, I'm not discounting those. Those are very, very important, but they're not good enough. We need to focus on helping our children read. And I think that what that comes from is it comes from speaking with our teachers, speaking with our curriculum department, figuring out where our current state is, what our deficiencies are, and then looking into what the possibilities are. What supports can we put in place? We're talking about the school year being short. We have incredible summer programs that can help and support. We have incredible programs that are available for after school. Thank you, for after school, that can help students with reading and math literacy as well. But specifically, I think that it comes down to looking where we are now and really focusing on improving every single year. 30 and 20% and even 80% graduation cohort rates are not good enough. And we need to focus on how can we do better and use the expertise inside of the district and the research outside of the district to make decisions on moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Henry, I believe it's your turn to ask a question.
Thank you to the board for giving us this opportunity. This is great. And thank you for everybody for showing up. You get both art and music questions.
Yes. Oh, good.
I'm here as a representative of the Santa Fe High Band Boosters. Born and raised in Santa Fe. My daughter, 4th generation, went through the system. I made it till 9th grade, till I lost my access to the band, and that was the end of my school career, which is why I feel so strongly about this. When my daughter showed up here, we had 12 members of the band. We're up to 70 now. Been very much an uphill battle. Very under-recognized part of the system. The whole music program, starting from 4th grade all the way through senior year, and it's all tied together and it all feeds into the schools. We'd love to see the program grow at Capitol as well. So just want to ask what you do to back up and support the music system. I know it's such a small part of the system, but so important. The kids, it's their community, and without it, there's no point for them to be in school. A good portion of the band. We talked about that in the last session with extracurriculars with sports.
Thank you. I'm starting, like, the pieces are starting to come together, and a lot of these questions have to do with more of a systemic issue of resources. And so, bingo, right? And how do we ensure that all of our students have access to band starting in 4th grade so we can grow them, and by the time they're in high school, we have a very robust program. And that's going to take some hard conversation and a hard look of how we are currently using our resources and prioritizing them. One of the things that this last question about a strategic plan, the board sets the vision, they set the mission, and they set the priorities, right? And then it's my job to implement those things. So part of a strategic plan, with having the arts as an important piece of the strategic plan, is for them to prioritize that and say, we want to ensure that we have these things for our students. And those are my marching orders, right? And then I create goals, SMART goals, around those priorities. The process for creating a strategic plan, sorry, now I'm hot. I hope you're warmed up now. I'm seeing some sleepy eyes. That part of that strategic plan is getting that community input, right? And so you have to go around, you have to get the community input, then you bring it all together and you look at that, you look at the priorities, and you get feedback from the community. Are these the right priorities? Is this where you want us to invest our funds? Is this where you want us to invest our staff? Is this how you want us to move forward as a district? And then we make it happen. Like, we have to have those checkpoints, we have to monitor, and really prioritize maybe like how we are doing things. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. We have about 15 minutes to go, and so I'm going to try to get 5 more questions in, and the numbers are 10, 3, 2, 12, and 8. These 5 people. So starting with number 10, which is Lynn, if you could try to keep your question to a minute, and that way we'll get all 5 of the questions in. Go ahead.
Hi, we're back again. New Mexico has vied with Mississippi for 49th and 50th for eons as far as math and reading levels. Mississippi is now number 11th in reading. What they did was institute statewide science of reading as a program, which is, I think it's also called structured literacy. As far as I can see, in Santa Fe, it's kind of hodgepodge of basically what the teacher would like to do. At least that's what I see. My grandson, I knew was going to be in trouble in kindergarten when the first paper he came home with was the sight word list to memorize. So I knew that would not work for him. He was actually diagnosed with dyslexia in February of 1st grade. He started being tutored at Reading Quest in January. He came running out of Reading Quest, which does science of reading. He came running out of there yelling, "I can do it, I can do it." So his mother was crying in the car, and she came home and told me, and I'm crying in the house. But it really did work for him. It is what really works for him. He is doing very well. He's leveling up. He still continues to go to Reading Quest. And he does get help at school as well. But my question to you is, would you, as superintendent, institute citywide that all teachers use the science of reading, which research shows works for 97% of the children. So I know it works for my grandson. So what would you say to that?
So the Mississippi Miracle is what it's called. And I had the opportunity to to listen to Dr. Clark share how that work came about in the school district last week. And so I'll use the science of reading because that's the term I mostly use. I know structured literacy is a term that we have here. So the science of reading is research-based. And there's so much research behind how students learn to read, and the systems behind how they learn to read. Just so much research about being exposed to complex text, structured phonics instruction, and how students will perform and be able to read better if they know the content of what they are reading. And so I'm glad that did you say your grandson, that you
Yes.
found out that he was dyslexic at first grade? I found out at third grade for my son. And so we're not using the science of reading approach in his school. And so while all kids, 70% of the kids can learn for the most part through just exposure, more kids will learn if they have access to structured phonics instruction. Right, and so that systematic phonics instruction means that we are showing the students those phonics, the sounds that they are being able to learn how to decode text. Right, and so then when they learn how to do that, they can then take those skills and apply them wherever they see wherever they see them in text. And so it's a much more structured approach, right? It's something that we can also have metrics in place to more clearly measure whether or not they've picked up those skills. And if they haven't, then we can intervene and provide support. And so I'm obviously, you can see that I'm a fan of the science of reading, and we actually implement that approach in my school district. And it's part of the work that I have done over the last 6 years along with my team to make sure that the science of reading is in place, and that we use that framework for how we teach literacy. And so if it is something that we do want to focus on, something I know I would want to focus on and the school board wants to focus on, then it's definitely something that I would want to bring to the community and talk through it, because it works.
Thank you.
I've seen it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, number 3, which is Joel. Joel, if you could keep your question kind of short, we'll get through all 5.
Dr. Weaver, you've been part of this administration for a while, and if you weren't driving the clown car, you were definitely tooting the horn a couple of times. Name 3 things that you think were done very badly or somewhat badly that you would do differently. I'll hold up fingers to indicate 3, okay?
That's really difficult to answer 3 things that we've done poorly as a school district. I think that one of the things that we can look at as improvement, so I always look at things of maybe we didn't do them badly, but there are ways that we could improve. Certainly it's getting input about the instructional programs that we're using within our schools. I know that there's been a lot of resistance and feedback from students, from parents, especially in our high schools, about standards-based grades. So again, I would go back to the fact that I think the way that it was rolled out and the communication strategy that was employed might be something that we could definitely improve on. I think as a district, sometimes we tend to be a little more reactive, and I think that enrollment would maybe be something that we have steadily seen enrollment decline, and I think we really need to look at how do we draw students back to our schools. It's so important that, like, I fully understand that communities do not like closing schools, and I get that, and we have 2 choices, and the other choice is to bring students back. So I think that those are 2 really good indications. I struggle to find a third thing that the district has, as you said, done very poorly, but I would like to stress that I believe that it would behoove the district to look at those opportunities and look at how we can improve as we roll programs and education out for our students in the future.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. I believe Grace is next.
My final question is, who would you like to see come in for professional development plan?
Thank you. There's actually a national presenter. His name is Dan Mulligan, and his program is called Creative Flexibility, and it all is about teaching strategies and really understanding, just like I said earlier, that PLC process and that cycle of what is it that we want students to know? How will we know when they know it? What do we do when they don't? What do we do when they do? And he's fabulous. He demonstrates a lot of those instructional strategies as he's presenting. He's very engaging. The teachers are doing the work, and I brought him into my district this last year, and the very beginning of the year, teachers came up to me and they thanked me and they said, I've been doing this for 15 years and this is the first time that I'm walking away with actual resources that I can use starting day one. He doesn't copyright anything. It's all accessible to them. If they want to go in and they want to see what other places have done with unpacking standards, it saves them time. So that would be my number one person that I would bring in for professional development. Thank you, Grace.
Great, thank you. And number 12, Loretta. Is Cam still here? So I think this will be our last question for tonight.
Ooh, lucky last.
Go ahead.
I did read your application packet and saw that you have a lot of experience with bilingual ed, and you spoke to that before in dual language education. Can you speak to how you see it benefiting all students? And since we're kind of on the topic of science of reading before, how do you feel, or do you feel it should be modified to meet the needs of our multilingual learners?
So my experience with bilingual education started, I was a bilingual teacher. And so I'll just back up just a little bit to say that because of the trauma that my family experienced over language when they first came to the United States, English became my first language at home. And then I learned Spanish later on. And so I share that with you because it's kind of also why I'm so interested and so passionate about bilingual education, and why I wanted to be a bilingual teacher, because had those experiences existed when they were younger, then perhaps it would have been different, right? And so being bilingual has created opportunities for me that would not have been there if I was not bilingual, or would not have come maybe as quickly or as the way that it did because of if I wasn't bilingual. And so I do understand that it's the importance of speaking more than one language. And so I think, once again, that it's an opportunity that we can bring to our community, to our children. If families are interested in it, then we can have really great programs around being biliteracy and being biliterate. And so I was a bilingual teacher, principal of a dual language campus. I was a director of multilingual programs. And now, as the chief academic officer, I'm very happy to say that across all of our school districts, we have 34 elementaries that across every single one of them, dual language is the bilingual program of instruction. And then we have campuses that have two-way dual language, which means that then the opportunity to learn Spanish is available to other students as well, if they choose to, and if their family chooses for them to go down that path. And so for the science of reading, what we've learned is that we have really strong curriculum, or really strong approach in English, and we have a really strong approach for Spanish language arts. But we have to create a biliteracy guide that explains how you take those two types of learning and put it in and create it for a biliterate student, because they don't learn everything the same way. And so we can create that for them. It makes the process easier, but it's still important to do.
Perfect, thank you.
These questions have been excellent. Could we give a big hand to all the people who asked these wonderful questions? And while I'm at it, this kind of event and the last couple of months have taken a lot of work by a lot of people. I'd like to recognize a few. One, the interim superintendent, Veronica Garcia, the chief of staff, Howard Exner, Joe Abeda, Roger, Michael, Alma, Savannah, the people who put on this event. Thank you very much. We're now going to go to the closing statements. This is the same order that we picked at random. We're going to start with Dr. Christine Griffin.
Thank you very much. I am so appreciative of all of you coming out tonight and your time and your investment of energy to our board, who has spent many endless hours in this search, and it is the most important job that you have. And I think that you've picked three really dynamite candidates. I feel honored to be in this room and just getting to learn about Santa Fe with you. However, I just want to say, I wish for you the superintendent that will take you where you need to go, not necessarily where you want. I wish for you all a superintendent that hears you and that you do feel heard. And I just thank you. Thank you so much for allowing the three of us to come here tonight.
And Dr. Cantu, your closing statement.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. And I said this earlier, but I'm going to say it again, that the fact that I'm even here with you, interviewing and being a part of the superintendent search process is just proof that my parents were right, that education is the key to success, and so I know that not every kiddo has that at home, has those cheerleaders, and so it's the job of our public education system to be able to create those opportunities, and so that students do have options when they graduate from our school system. And so it's been just fantastic getting to know the school district, getting to know the board. I had the opportunity to look at your demographics, to look at the data for the school district, to be able to watch the school board meetings and see the concerns that are on the table right now. And I'm hearing that as I'm hearing you ask the questions about what's top of mind right now. And so I just want you to know that I have experience doing that work. Which is what brought me here, which is what made me want to apply for the school district, is seeing that I have done this work of solving complex problems. I'm doing that now. We're going through optimization. We've had to do the tough work of recommending to the board to close schools due to enrollment. And so, thank you. And so I have done that work, and so I know that I can lead here in Santa Fe as your superintendent. If I were given that opportunity, it would just be such an honor to be able to serve here. And then lastly, I just want to say that there are some things that we can do this year, looking at attendance, looking at literacy outcomes, looking at graduation rates and how kids are graduating with industry-based certifications, that I think we could do that work together. And so I'm just just grateful to have been able to speak to you tonight. So thank you for the chance.
Thank you. Dr. Weaver, your closing statement, please.
Yeah. Excuse me. First and foremost, I'd like to thank everybody for your input. Again, I said this at the very beginning. You were interested in hearing what we had to say, but I'm most interested in hearing what you have to say. I truly recognize the responsibility that comes with community trust, and I take that to heart, and I take that to heart as a listening leader. What I can provide Santa Fe Public Schools is, again, 30 years of experience, over 20 years of K-12 experience, and 12 years within this district. And that has led me to a point where I understand our departments, I understand our operations, I understand the leaders, and have developed relationships with those leaders, community members, and I think that those relationships and the ability to listen to the community and listen to our stakeholders will go a far way. The last thing that I'll say is, again, I'll echo the sentiments of both candidates. I think the school district is very lucky to have a board that has been so thoughtful in putting together this superintendent search. And I'm excited to have been a part of this. It's a growing experience, and it's been an incredible amount of fun. What I'll tell you is that I love this community. I love this school district, and I am committed to, again, being a part of the community and helping us see education as a community responsibility, not just a Santa Fe Public Schools responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could we also give a round of applause to our school board for the process that we have gone through? Thank you very much. And with that, I will turn it back to the board for further action.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to the candidates for participating this evening. Thank you to the public for taking the time to join us. We still have work to do as a board. In fact, we have work to do this evening, but before I call for a motion to go into executive session, I do want to thank our moderator, and let's give our moderator a hand for today. And I want to thank the district staff who helped set this up and who also participated. So thank you, Joe, and thank you to our acting superintendent, Dr. Garcia. And so with that, Dr. Gonzalez, I would ask for a motion to go into executive session.
I move that we move into executive session with limited, where we're going to discuss limited personnel matters, NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1H2, superintendent candidate interviews.
Okay, so we have a motion. Can I have a second?
I second.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. We'll be in executive session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you ready, Joe? Do it. Okay. Can I have a motion, Dr. Gonzalez, to come out of executive session?
Yes. I move that we come out of executive session where we discuss limited personnel matters, NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1H2, superintendent candidate, and no
Second.
action was taken.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Okay, so there is no more action to be taken this evening, so with that, we are adjourned.
Thank you.